I usually use this analogy. If you want to build a house, there are phases, isn't it? From the foundation, the molding of cement and everything, roofing, and so on and so forth. So if you want to build a website or a web page, okay, before I progress, let me clarify that. So a web page is just a single page, like home page, about page, okay? That's what we refer to as a web page. Then a website is a collection of those pages, like Facebook website. Many pages put together makes a website. And every web page is what? A single HTML file. Every web page is a single HTML file. So your home page has its own HTML file. So now that we know what a web page is and what a website is, if you want to build a house, okay, I've said that. So now my analogy is, we have 3 programming languages that are used in building a website, okay, or a web page, as the case may be. The first one is the HTML, used in structuring the website. The second one is the cascading style sheet, aka CSS. The third one is JavaScript. So each of these languages, they have a role they play. Okay. So the HTML provides the content, like the video, the picture, the audio, the text. Then the CSS is used for making them beautiful. That's where you start to paint, do your screening, wallpaper, after building the house. So you can think of HTML as an uncompleted building. You know how it looks, messy and ugly. No windows, no paintings, very ugly. That is what HTML provides you. And I believe that in some of your demos, when you saw your output, you did not like it, through of us. It was not appealing. So that is the job of CSS. So with the CSS, you can now make the HTML content look what? Beautiful. Okay. Now, where does JavaScript comes in? So JavaScript is what enables your website to become interactive. Okay. Whereby if you click on an element, let's say a button, something else happens, like a pop-up or an action is what? Triggered. So all those internal interactions and manipulations, that is what JavaScript does. It's like you can open a door, close a door, you're interacting with it. Okay, that is not done by HTML. Remember, the function of HTML is the presentation, the content, or the door itself. CSS is the beauty of the door, whereas JavaScript is the what? Interaction you have with the door. Is that understood? So, having said that, do we all now have like a basic knowledge of what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is? Because that is the most basic explanation I can give you. In fact, we don't have much to it. It's just that. Okay, so always keep that at the back of your mind whenever you are being asked what HTML or CSS or JavaScript is. That is a solid definition you can provide. All right, so now let's look at the structure of HTML. So basically, like I said, every web page is represented by an HTML file. Okay, and I think at the beginning of this course, I explained some technical things like compilation, interpretation, all of those things, how your codes get translated to the binary language and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to go back to that, but I just want to draw our attention to the fact that we know what a software is now, right? It's a collection of files. All the games we use, they are just bunch of files put together. Okay, and these files, they contain series of instructions, which is your code. Do you understand? So when you build a website, what you are building is actually files. So many files that will work together. So every language has, we know what file extensions are, right? .txt, .pdf. So those are file extensions. So every programming language comes with its own file extension. So when you see a file that ends with .html, you know that this is what an HTML file containing codes written in what? That programming language. Same as when you see a file ending with .mp3, this is a what? An audio. If you see a file with .mp4, you know it is what? A video. So that is how programming languages are. Okay. So they contain the instructions that we write. So you cannot write a CSS code inside of an HTML file. Okay, it does not work that way, except the HTML language makes provision for that. Same thing, you can't write JavaScript code inside of HTML or CSS, except the host language makes provision for that. So every programming language comes with its own file extension. Is that understood? All right, so moving on, I was going to say that every web page has its own file. For instance, for your home page, there is going to be something like index.html or home.html or homepage.html, however you want to name it. Okay, but it has to follow that file extension .html. Same with CSS and JavaScript. Okay, so now back to the structure. So if you look at, this is a typical HTML document. It's a document, okay, or a file. So all these things you see here, they are the codes. Okay, we can relate to it, but your computer does not understand this. These are the instructions, okay, that generates the app you see on your browser. So the computer, as we all know, the computer does not understand this thing. They need to be what? Translated to which language? Good. Okay, so we are writing in this language because we can relate, we can understand. Okay, so if you look at this code, okay, I was talking about the structure. So for you to have a valid HTML document, every HTML document must start with this line, this code here, the doc type. Okay, at line number 1, you can see the lines. Line number 1 of every HTML file must have a document type. Okay, so that tells the browser what version of HTML your instructions are what written in. Is that understood? So you know these languages, they are upgraded and updated over time, so there are versions. Okay, so if you write in a specific version, some browsers may get confused and your website may not work as expected. Okay, so you need to, as the author of the document, you need to tell the browser what version your instructions are what written in. And this is the document type for the current HTML version, HTML5. Okay, so when your browser wants to execute this code, it first of all checks this document type, okay, HTML5. Then it applies the necessary features to that version. So if you write it in HTML4, your website will look different. Okay, some things might not work. So that is how it is. So take notes, your document type should be written that way. Okay, and then okay, so now after the document type, your actual code starts from line number 2 till the end. That is where your code actually starts from. Okay, and then in the document, HTML follows a methodology that is similar to a family tree. Okay, so when writing HTML instructions, we usually reference keywords like roots, parents, children, siblings, those terminology to explain how each of the elements or tags are related. Okay, so that is how it works. So in every HTML document, it's still a file. Okay, so in every HTML document, there is one root element. So the root element is like the element that contains every other element. We call it the root. Okay, the first, which is the what? HTML element. As you can see, this is the open tag and this is the closing tag of that element. Every other thing is what? Inside of it. So we have what? The root element. So every HTML document must have that word, root element. Now, the root element has two children. Remember, I'm going to reference those keywords. Two children, meaning it contains two direct sub-elements. Okay, let me not use the word sub. So the actual keyword for it is nesting. Okay, like when you put an element inside of another one, we call it nesting. Okay, so what I mean by two children is, if you look at the open tag and the close tag, we have what? The head, the first child, and the body, the what? Second child. You cannot put any other element as a third or fourth child. It has to be these two. Okay, it has to be these two. Do we understand? Now, the first child, which is the head, is we refer to it as the invisible part of your web page. You don't see the contents that are here on your web page. They don't show. So we call them the invisible parts. Reason being that all the information defined in the head here is used by the browser. Like your browser's title or your favicon or linking of CSS and JavaScript files and so on and so forth. It's like a place where you do your page configuration. So you don't show those configuration, details to the user. So that is the head. And then secondly, we have the body. So the body defines the visible part, the parts where users see all those text, video, they are what's in the body. So don't make the mistake of writing H1 inside of as a child of head. You won't see it. Okay, although some browser they have this quirky feature, they will just automatically move it and render it as though you wrote it inside of the body. But that disrupts the normal flow of your page, and it will cause a lot of issues. Like when you host the website, web crawlers may fail to crawl. By that I mean like scan. If you host a website, the thing that makes your website visible to people when they search, we call them, they are softwares, but we call them web crawlers. It's like a bot. Okay, it goes through the internet, scans all the websites they're looking for, God knows what, and then stores them in the database, so that when you search for, let's say, facebook.com, it will go to the database and look for any website that has that keyword and bring it out for you. So that is what web crawlers they do. So if your web page is not properly authored, web crawlers, they find it difficult to scan or index your website. Okay, if you search for something, you see that the website or result, they are being arranged from top to bottom. Some do not get displayed on the first page. You have to go down to the bottom and use next. Maybe go to page 2, page 3. I'm sure we are aware of that, right? So the reason why some websites are moved to the other pages is not because of the technology. Most of the time it's just bad authoring. Like the images you use, they are not optimized, you do not properly arrange things. So web crawlers, when they crawl and find those issues, they kind of like rank the website. Okay, so I'm sure you are aware of something called SEO, search engine optimization. So that's things like this also affect SEO performance. When you do not place things where they are supposed to be, it degrades your SEO performance. So the head section is for configuration, it's invincible, and then the body is the visible part of the web page. So let me run this and show you what I mean. Are you seeing this? So this whitish area here, we call it the viewport. Okay, this visible area, we call it what? The viewport. Okay, you know that these are your browser tabs and this is your address bar where you see the web address of your website. Okay, so now we are going to analyze this. Remember, everything inside of here is for the browser for configuration, right? The meta element, we know what metadata is now. Data about data. That's what meta means. So the meta element is used for providing data about every other data to the browser. Okay. How many of us know what character set is? Computer science or graphics? Character set. Okay, let me explain that. So before now, let's see all those ancient and modern browsers or software. There are some symbols that you cannot use. Like let's see, before now, there's nothing like emojis. Okay, before now, it's just basic alphabet A to Z and 0 to 9. There is no such thing as special characters or Chinese or Japanese symbols. So those things are based on the character set, like set of characters. Okay, like for let's say low-end devices, it's not all characters that can be displayed. Okay, so if you Google some character sets like the ASCII, ANSI, ANSI-C, all of those character sets, there is a range of characters that device can display based on that character set. If you try to display an image, what you will see is a box. Okay, but now 32-bit and 64-bit systems, they now support a wider range of character sets. Okay, and the most widely adoptable one is the UTF-8. So this character set supports a very wide range of characters, from emojis to Chinese characters, any character at all. So that's why you can you can display an emoji on your web page and it's going to show. Not there. Let me put it here. And you will see the emoji. Are you seeing the emoji? Okay. But if I change it to a very old character set that does not support emoji, it becomes a box. Okay. So that is what character set does. Now, moving on from that, the second meta, okay, we know what attributes are now. So the second meta is has the name of what? Viewport. Remember, your viewport is this. This whitish area is your viewport. Okay. So let me explain this one. So if you create a meta element and then you set attribute to viewport. There are lots of names, okay? And then the content is width equals device width, comma, initial scale 1.0. This tells the browser, okay, that we want the viewport, that is the width of the viewport, to be equal to the width of the device. So if the device is as wide as from here to here, we want this whitish area to also span from here to here. If the device width is from here to here, we want the viewport to also what? Occupy the entire width. That is what that one means. And then the initial scale, we know what scaling is now, zoom in and zoom out. 1.0 means the normal scale, like the base or default scale. Okay, that should be the default scale of the web page. So there are so many other things you can, okay, yeah, there are so many other things you can do. Okay, if you search online, you will see a lot of values for the name and content that you can use. So let's move on to the next one. The next one is what? Title. So this element tells the browser what to display here. This is your title bar. Are you seeing it? So it means whatever thing I put in here as the content is what we should show here. As you can see, it is displayed here and not in the viewport. Okay. Then if you see this little icon here, we call it a favicon. So if you want to display that one, I'll just put it here. And then this will be icon. Do I have an image here? Okay, let me use this as the icon, but there is usually an icon format, ICO, short for icon. But since this image is not an icon, I'll use PNG. So let me show you how. Then I will rename this to our favicon. Okay, so this is how we display this tiny icon here. So if your web page does not provide that, like a specified icon, some browsers will use this globe icon as a placeholder. Okay, but of course, you know the importance of this icon. Whenever a user sees this thing, they know this is Gmail without even visiting the site. So your website logo should be your what? Favicon. Okay, it tells a lot. So how do you do that? If you are using an image, let's say I want to use this now, this thing here as a favicon. So there's an element called link, and then the relationship, rel stands for relationship. You set it to icon, then href, hyperreference. It tells where that image is stored. Okay, so you can see the image is here. So I'm going to do ./, then I will look for the image. Look at it here, and then that is it. Are you seeing it now? The browser is going to use that image as my what? Favicon. Okay, so that is for the head. So take note of that. So of course there are so many other things, but I can't like tell you all of them right now. But as you progress, you will see them. Then let us move to the body, the visible content. So everything you put in the body shows here. Okay, starting from, let's say, plain text like this, they will show up. Okay, do you understand? If you put any text at all. And another thing you need to understand is that HTML does not respect your white space or new line. Okay, if you arrange your text like this, they will all come out on a straight line. So having written them like this and then you expect it to show like this, it will not work. HTML will strip out all the white space and new line fields and just show them on a straight line. So to explain that, I will draw our attention to Microsoft Word. How many of you have used Microsoft Word? Okay, so we know what formatting is now. We know why we make a text bold, why we make some like bend, italic, why we put underline. That's formatting. So the reason why we have HTML elements is to do what? Format the content. Is that understood? So, you know, in Microsoft Word, if I want to make, let's say I have this text here, hello world. If I want to make this text, this is just a pure text, so it's going to show like that. Now, in Microsoft Word, if I want to make hello world to be bold, what do? All I need to do is highlight and Ctrl B, and it will be formatted. But how do we do that? That same action. How do we do it in HTML? So HTML provides so many elements for formatting the content. Remember, the content can be text, it can be image, it can be video, it can be audio. Do you understand? So now we know that in Microsoft Word, if we want to format hello world, all we need to do is what? Highlight and Ctrl B. But now, how do we now do that in HTML? So HTML provides an element called B for bold. All you need to do is to put the content inside of that B, and then the B will what? Format the content and give you what? A bold output. So let's do that. So if I come here, and then this is the B element, now the content is in between the open tag of B and the close tag of B. That B will now apply the format. Are you seeing it now? It's now bold. So all those elements, when you put content in them, what they do is they format the content. They format the content. That is just it. Okay. Remember, HTML is for structuring. So we are structuring. We are not styling. Okay. We are saying you stay here. You stay here. You appear like this. Appear like this. Is that understood? So that is what HTML elements are used for. So now let's take it bit by bit. Now we have understood the structure of HTML, right? Or is there anyone here that is still having some doubts? I can re-explain, because if you don't understand the structure, we are going to have a problem later on. Okay, the head. Okay, so I said the HTML element is the root element. It has just two children or child elements, which is for the head and the body. Okay. Okay, so also note the head has a set of allowed elements. Okay, for instance, you cannot put paragraph in the head. It's useless. It will affect SEO. Same as you cannot put title in the body. So there are some elements that are specific to this guy, and there are some that are specific to body. So when you misplace those elements, though they may work, but there will be browser inconsistencies and it will affect your SEO performance. So you need to put the right thing at the right place. Any other person with troubles anyway? Should I proceed? Can I proceed? Okay. So now let us look at let's look at the basic elements. Let's look at the basic elements. Basic elements. Okay, so let's look at what elements, tags, and attributes are, because I don't know, I just can't shake off the feeling that some of you are still struggling with that. Some of you are still struggling with that. Okay, I think it's here too. So what are elements? What are attributes? What are elements? What are attributes? What is an element? Sorry. What is an element? Somebody should tell me what an element is. Then I need another person to tell me what a tag is. And then another person to tell me what an attribute is. Quickly. We are running out of time. Elements, tag, attributes. What are they? Elements, tag, attributes. What are they? Elements, tag, attributes. What are they? I'll call names too. Elements, tags, attributes. What are they? Elements, tag, attributes. What are they? Favor, what is an element? Chief, are you with us? VS code, please. What is an element? Favor. Hope, what is an element?
Consists of the part or the content and tends to make the content to be more defined.
God bless you. So, class, did we hear her? Please, can you repeat yourself?
And so everything in this frame consists of the part and the content and makes the content more defined.
Okay, did we hear her? So, what is an element now? Boss, what's an element? Welcome, sir. What's an element? No, I want you hear that now. So I want her to hear it. Don't worry. If you don't get it, I'll correct you. But just try. Oh, can you hear her? Can you hear you? She can't hear you. No. Tell everybody. Do you want her to repeat again? Okay, please help me. Help me.
And most storage elements consist of the part and the content and helps the whole content to be more defined.
Okay, so what if, based on what she said now, I want you to like fine tune it, add your own jara, or remove from her own, and tell me your version. Okay. Sharp. All right. So in HTML, an element is used to denote both the open and close tag together with the content. That's the element. Okay. So for instance, this is not an element. This is what? What is this? What is this? So this is a tag. And then this one inside, in between the open and closed angle bracket is what? Is what? The HTML is what? The HTML is what? You said that this whole thing is a tag. The HTML itself is what? Okay. Now, if you say this is a tag and we define element to be the tags together with the content, what is a tag? Okay. Thank you. So now, we agree that this is a tag. Now, what this thing is called what? Just the HTML itself. The keyword HTML. There is a name for it. Okay, to save time, that is the element name. Okay, the HTML is the element name. If you have your P is the element name, not the element to just the name of the element. Then if you put P in between angle brackets, it forms what? P tag or HTML tag. And now the tags, most elements, they have two tags, open and close tag, and then the contents are what? In between, like what they format appears in between. For instance, if you look at this, H1, you see this H1, this is what? The open tag, this is the close tag, this is the content. Everything together is the what? Element. Is that understood? So, who can tell me the difference between the open tag and the close tag? Understand my question. Tell me the difference between this open tag or start tag and end tag or close tag. What is the difference? Good, thank you. So that is how you can denote the open tag from the close tag. All right. So like I said, not all elements have what? A close tag. We call them self-closing elements. For instance, all meta elements don't have close tag. Your link element does not have a close tag. It's just an open tag. Okay. And elements like image, your IMG, does not have a close tag. Your input does not have a close tag. Okay. And there are other elements, but most of them do have close tag. Okay. So now we know what elements are, what element's name is, what are attributes. So what are attributes? I need someone to call out one attribute in this source code. Okay, let me point. Mention one attribute in this entire code. Just mention one. Mention another attribute.
Relationship.
I'm not seeing relationship there. Eh? Okay. Mention one attribute. Deborah, mention one attribute. Hope, one attribute. Eh? No. Chief, mention one attribute. Eh? Okay, good. Mention one attribute. Okay, you can't see the board here. Please, if you can't see, let me know so that I can zoom. Is it okay? Is it okay? Mention one attribute, please. One attribute. Can you see the board now? Mention one, just one attribute. ID. Where is ID? Okay, good. The next person, one attribute. One attribute. Okay. The next one attribute. Low. Hmm? Okay, good. The next person, one attribute. Okay, the next person, one attribute. Huh? Okay. The next person, another attribute. 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 Okay. It's actually impressive that some of you, you know what attributes are. Like, you can identify. So now, what is an attribute? I need someone to tell us what an attribute is. I hope you are noting down these things, because one thing is to write the code. Another thing is to get ready to cry when the code is not working. So if you don't know what these components are, you're on your own. So someone should define what an attribute is.
They are extra information added to the HTML elements to modify the characters of the view.
God bless you. So they are basically modifiers, okay? It's just like the way an adjective modifies what? A noun, pronoun. Good. And then the adverb modifies the verb, adjective, and other adverbs. So attributes, they provide additional information towards an element. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Attributes provides additional information. It's just like as a person, we have what? Attributes. Quality attributes, and so on and so forth. Like your name, your height, your complexion, your character. Those are attributes. It provides more, it tells more about you as a person. So an element also has what? Attributes that provides more information about itself. Okay, so since we have covered that, attributes, elements, and tags, let's move on to the next one. Okay, I have explained meta tags, right? What they are used for. But let's look at it again. So the meta tags, they provide what? Metadata about a web page, and they are placed in the word head section. So these are various purposes that you can use the meta tag for, like the character set, search engine optimization and all that, the viewport, author information, and description. So we are going to look at some variations of the meta. I have explained the cassette attributes. Okay. Then the next one is the viewport. And the next one is description. So this description and keywords is very, very important to SEO. Okay. When they crawl your website, they look for what? Meta, their name is description. And then they get this content. That is how they link the keyword of the user to a website. They don't have to scan the entire website to match that keyword. They kind of use this as the summary of the website. So ensure that all your web pages, they have what? Description, keywords, and author. So the author is the person who created the website. Okay, or the person that owns the website. You set it as what? The author. So all of these are very necessary. Okay, it's not something that you can okay, let me use this one and then let me not use this one. You must put them from the character set to the viewport. Very important for responsive web design. Okay, so this one is, you want your website to look usable across different devices. because without this, your website may look usable and good on a larger screen, but if you want to view that same website on a mobile phone, everything does scatter. So this is what enables us to what avoid that. Okay, so it is very important. And then the description, like I said, is also what important. You just write a brief summary of the web page, like the content that are there. Okay, and then the keywords as well, relevant keywords that what are found on the web page. So this one is even more important than this one, because users they search with keywords. Like if you go online and type let's say, let's look at something, learn web development. I'm not sure. Thank you. I think I am okay. This is Abby. Look at this thing. This is the keyword I entered, right? Learn web development. So what Google crawler did was it went through all the websites that they have indexed in their database and then search through the websites and compare and rank which one contains the keyword learn web development, from the most specific ones to the least specific ones. Like look at their website web.dev from Google. You can see the title is learn web development. It matches what I entered. Secondly, Reddit, learn web development. Third one, MDN, learn web development, and so on and so forth. Now, if we go through this website now, let's see what their description is. I'm sure you know how to inspect your pages, right? So I'm going to inspect now. Let's see their title and description. This is their head section. I seen their meta, their viewports. Let's look for title. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? This is Ojoro. How can you not have a title? Viewports, viewports. This one is for open graph. This is for open graph, Twitter cards. And then they are ranking first. Okay, let's see another webs. Let's see MDN. Let's see their title. So this should be H1 on this page. Learn web development, H1. I see where they crawl it from. The H1 from the page is what they are displaying here. And then this content here, explore our growing collection. This is where they got it from. So let us look at MDN docs. And then let's see their title. Okay, this one, they also have what? This. Learn web development. And then they have this resource provides a structured set of tutorials. Look at it here. This resource. You can see how what they did here. They stripped out this entire text and collected this one. This one is more explanatory, and add it to this and then display this here. But let's see their title. Let's see their title. They are all using open graph. Open graph. OG description, OG title. Oh, no. This is where it starts. After mechanic reports. No, not this. This title is what shows here. I seen it. This title is this. So it's either they are using JavaScript to dynamically write the title and the description. These ones are open graph. Like if you copy this link and paste it on, let's say, Twitter, it kind of like previews the website, like with the title and some description. So we call it open graph. But that's by the way, sha. That's by the way. Okay, so that is for title and description. Then we have author. You put your name if you own the website. Then we have robots. So this one is for the web crawler, the thing that scans websites and rank them. It's for robots. So you can tell the search engine like Google search how to index your page. You can say, don't index my home page and don't create a link or reference to my home page, because there are some sensitive pages you would not want them to like scan. So you can instruct the bot to skip that page. Okay, if they are not public pages, they should not index it. So you can use this to instruct the bot. So that is all about the meta tag. Let's look at headings and paragraphs. And then we can go for a quick recess after that. So let's start with heading. So we know in letter writing there is always a title, subtitle, and then paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph this, and paragraph that. Remember, in Microsoft Word, we know how to do those ones now. If you want to create your heading, you just write a text, you change the font size, right? And then you make it bold. Now, how we do that in HTML is there are specific elements for that. Okay, so in HTML we have 6 headings, from heading 1, H1 to what? H6. Now, there are some rules as to how you can use these headings. The most important one is what? H1. That is like the highest. Okay, not H6, it's H1. And the rule for H1 is that every web page must have at most one H1. Okay, if you visit any web page, you will see that one text, this is H1. It is bigger than every other headings. Are you seeing it? So every web page, because search engines, they usually get the content of each one and display them what? Here. And then they can grab complementary text and display here. So if you look at this case, this content was gotten from what? The H1. I seen it. And then this one, explore our growing collection of courses, is gotten from what? Here. I seen it. So in every web page, there must be at most one H1. You can have dozens of H2s, H3s to what? H6. Okay? But there are some other, there are rules as well applied to those ones. Now, if you have H1 in a page, the next component, depending on your design, if you need heading, you don't use H1, you go to H2. Okay? Now, if you use H2 in a section, and then that section has a subsection, and that subsection requires heading, you don't use H2, you use what? H3. Okay? But if they are on the same level, you continue with your H2. Remember, you can only use H1 once per what? HTML document. You can't use more than H1 inside. It's not like if you use it, it will not work. It will work, but SEO wise, there will be problem. You know, the goal of building a website is also that the site can be what? Visible. Because if people search for something and your site is not does not have good ranking, there will be problem now, because you are building websites for people to visit, and then people cannot find your site. There is problem. It's like you want to open a supermarket, let's say a shopping mall, inside a very remote place, or you set up a store and there is no signpost, you know, to guide somebody to where the store is. It's still problem. So when you build a website, you also need to ensure that what it is what visible by optimizing it for search engines. So that is for headings. Okay.
See, I can't use H7.
H7. You try it now. Try it. No. Like I'm telling you, should to try it, because honestly, when I was learning, when I encounter a rule, don't do this, I will do it. That is me, and I learned a lot from it. Okay, as you can see, I'm able to teach you, you know, both the do's and the don'ts. How did I know about the don'ts? I tried them. So that way I can tell you, if you try this one, this is what you will get, because I have tried it. It's not like theoretical.
So
If you
under the H2, initial H2, that's what H2, H4, H5, I want what to use.
use anywhere you want to use.
Use the same H2 or H4.
Okay, so initially what I said was, if you have a section, let's say in a page, you have your H1, and then further down you have a section, you use H2. If within that same section you have a subsection, you use H3 in that subsection. If within that subsection you have another subsection, you use H4. Remember, the category is from what? Top to bottom. H1 being the most important one, second to H2, second to H3, second to H4. Okay? They don't really matter which one you use. It only matters when SEO is a concern, because they will determine how your web page is what? Crawl.
Right, sorry, my main question is,
I
under
think we
that
should go for break.
subsection, what if you have a potential settings, what do you
Use anyone, but don't use H1.
anyone will go?
You want to use H2 again, no problem, but don't use H1. H1 can only appear once.
So in a situation where you have 6 paragraphs, with that 6 paragraph came from up to the half the blog, and you want this subsection is another subsection, that's another subsection, and you want this subsection to have same sizes.
Okay, now remember, HTML gives you the structure. Sizing has to do with styling. That's the job of CSS. With CSS, you can make H6 to be as bold or as big as H1. Okay, we are not choosing them based on how big they make the text to be or how bold they make the text to be. Okay, it's just based on SEO concerns and some rules. with CSS, you can make even paragraph to be as big and bold as each one. Does that answer your question? Okay, I think we can go for a break now and then we come back by 1. Is that okay? By 1 we come back and we finish this. Okay. So we are discussing about headings and paragraphs, and I think we are clear on that. So let us look at some other basic elements like the div, section, main, article, header, and footer. All right, let's look at those elements. So like I said, what's the major thing that HTML elements are meant to do is what? Format the content. It's just like how we saw the B element for bold, how it make its content to be what? Bolding. So every element has a format that it does on the content. Some are similar, some don't apply any format at all. Okay, not all elements has like a pre-formatted style on its content. So let's just look at the basic elements that you may use over time. Like I said, there are lots of HTML elements, okay, like lots of them, but you don't necessarily need all of them, okay, at once, depending on what you want to present. So the most common one, div. So this element is empty, like it doesn't do anything to the element, to the content, just there, okay. And we use it in situations where we want to group related content. Okay, we use it as a container. Let's say you want to group H1 and paragraph as a single unit. We can just use the div like this, for instance. You know, just use it as a container to just group it. Besides this, does it have any other use? So the div element is usually used as a container or a containing element. You know that an element, the content of an element can be what? Another element. Okay? Like in between the open and close tag of div, instead of having a plain text, you can have what? Other elements. And what did I say we call that? There is a term for it. When you put an element inside of another element, what is it called? No. Nesting. Thank you. So we call it nesting. Okay. So in this case, if you look at the relationship, and there is another important thing I want everyone to note: how to describe the relationships among elements, because that is how CSS works. Okay, CSS works based on relationship that one element has with other ones. For instance, here we can interpret this whole code as div being the parent element, right? H1 being a child element is also the first child, isn't it? Then a paragraph, also a child element, but it is what? A second child. And both the paragraph and each one, they are what? Sibling elements. So having known their position as well as their relationship, you can now style them. So if you want to style an element, you can style an element based on the relationship it has with either the parents or other what? Siblings. So for instance, if you look at, this is what CSS looks like within HTML. So this says set the background color of the div element to what? Light gray, and then set the padding, the top padding, right padding, bottom padding, and left padding of the div element to what? 10 pixels. Now when you do this on the parent, it affects what? The children. You know, family tree, how kids, they inherit traits from their parents. So whatever thing the parents element has is going to cascade down to what? The children and grandchildren and so on and so forth. So that's CSS. But let us not go too deep into it. Okay? But the whole idea of this is the div. We use it to group related content. For instance, how is H2 related to P, to the paragraph? They are related, or the relationship there is they want to share a common style, whereby their background color is was set to light gray and the padding of their container is what? 10 pixels. So if two or more elements, okay, should share a common style, instead of applying that style to them individually, you can group them in what? One container. Apply the style on the container, and like the containing element, which is the parent, and all the children will what? Inherit that style. No, instead of doing this thing on H2 and then you repeat it on paragraph, double work, just wrap them in a container, apply it on the container, and they will all inherit that style. So that is how CSS works. Okay, it's called cascading. Okay, so if you apply a style here, it will cascade down to the children or the contained element. Is that understood? Don't worry, if you don't understand it, when we get to CSS, you understand it better. But that is the whole essence of div. It does not apply any, like it doesn't have a pre-formatted style, styling on the content. You saw what happened when we wrapped hello world between bold elements, right? But for the div, it doesn't do anything at all. Okay, we usually use it as a containing element, just as how we use it to contain what? H2 and paragraph. So that's it. And it's your prerogative to use it. Okay, you are the one that will decide if you want to use div or you want to use section. Okay, it's all up to you. Secondly, let's look at the section element. So prior to HTML version 5, the version 4 version, the version 4, we usually use the div to handle everything. So you see div everywhere. Your code base becomes what? Very messy. So in version 5, they introduced set of elements called semantic elements. That is elements with what? Meaning. Just by their name, you can tell what they are meant to be used for. Okay? So we have semantic elements like section, main, header, footer, article, aside, and nav. So if you use the nav, if you look at the nav element, you know it's for navigation bar. You know, it makes sense just by the name. So they are semantical. But prior to this time, we use div for nav. We use div in place of section. We use div in place of what? Footer, and so on. Everything just div. But by the introduction of these semantic elements, we can now use the word appropriate element for the appropriate task. So section, we know what a section is. If you pick up an article, it's made up of what? sections, isn't it? So just like your news article or blog, there are sections. So semantically, you would know which element to what use. If you are defining a section of your web page, that is the element. Remember, just like the div, the section does not apply any preformatted style. Okay, it just acts as a container, just like the div. But this one, div does not have any semantic meaning at all. But a section is more what? Semantical. A section of a page. It makes more sense. Okay. And then we have the main. So now the main is like it still does not have a pre-style, like it doesn't do pre-styling on the content. It is still used as a grouping element, but on a web page, there are some contents that are regarded as the main content. Okay, not everything you see on a web page is actually the main content. Some are just aside. Okay, so we use this element main to group the main content. Let's say if you are reading a news article, a blog has so many what news articles, right? When you select one, that one you selected is what the main content, whereas every other ones are what aside. Okay, so on that page where you have the content for the selected news article, you put it inside the main. And also note, just as we can only have one H1 per page, you can only have what one main per page. There cannot be two main. Do you understand? Just one main content. Okay, and then inside the main content you can now have your articles, your sections, your divs, and so on and so forth. Then we have the article element. So this one, it does not do any pre-formatting. It's just for grouping. Okay, but article makes, we know what an article is, like a news article, blog, anything that is independent. You use an article, like let's say for instance, on Jumia, every product is independent, isn't it? So those product cards you see, the best element to use is what? The article, not div, not section. Where you will use section is products are being grouped by what? Category. So you can use the section element to represent what? Related products under, let's say, gadgets category. And then inside that section, you now have article elements to represent each of the gadgets. Is it making sense now? Then the entire category will be inside what? Main. Do you understand? Now the nav element is outside main for your navigation bar. At the bottom, you have the footer element for the footer of the page. That way your page is what? Very semantical and meaningful. Okay, so that is what the that is what the article element is used for. We use it to represent what? A self-contained or independent content. So you can see by using this, you reduce the amount of divs you use. Okay, and after that, we have the header. Don't confuse header with head. Okay, header is for grouping introductory content. Like a section has an header, right? Every section usually has an header with a bold text and all of these things. So even an article also has an header. So it's up to you but this is the elements that you should use for your headers. Okay. And also we have the footer. A section usually sometimes do have a footer. An article as well can also have what? A footer content. I'll be showing you some examples as well. Now, in summary, note the semantic elements are nav. Oh, although I didn't put it here. The nav element is there. The header is there. The main is there. Section is there. Article is there. And footer is there. So there are 6 in numbers. Okay. So let's see. Let me just show you an example on how to use each of them. So if I come here and I create a file, okay, so in the body, the first thing I will do is what? My navigation bar. Do you understand? And the semantic element for it is what? Is the nav element. Then all your links will go what? Inside of it. Okay. So for instance, let's say you have your logo. You have your logo here. Let me use 20 and heights. Okay. You have your logo that is usually at the left hand side, and then to the right hand side you have your navigation links. So I don't like to use list for links, so I'll just use div. Remember, div is non-semantical. We usually use it to group related things. So I'll just create anchor. This one will be the home page. Have you been taught links? How to link, like move from one page to another page? All those links you click on. Some persons are shaking their heads. I don't know which one to do. So let's say this one is about us, right? Don't worry, we will do something more tangible. And then this one is contact us. Then this one can take us to login, right? And then this will be HTML. Then we have index.html. Okay, so this is what our navigation bar using the nav element. Have you been taught comments? I don't comments. You know HTML comments now. So what's a comment? The non-executable codes are correct. Besides that, what is a comment? Okay, beside that, what is a comment?
They actually give guidelines concerning the code you write. Maybe in case you are writing for a company and you are being sacked, then
no, it happens.
Yes, the next program, when it comes through that comments, you can know what you are doing.
There's a keyword for it. Documentation. So comments are like footnotes. Okay. And also, since it is used as footnotes, they are not part of your code. So when you execute your code, the language translator strips out all comments to reduce the size of instruction. Okay, they are not part of your code. So there are times when you are writing and then you make mistake, or let's say you don't want something. Most of you will go and delete that code. Instead of deleting it, you can turn it to a comment. Since a comment is non-executable, you can turn that piece of code to a comment because it will not be executed. So every language has its own comments, and the way they are being written differs. Like in HTML, if you want to write a comment, you start with less than, exclamation, then two hyphens. Then this is your word, whatever thing you want to write. And then you end with what? Two hyphen and this. Okay? So we use comment to document, meaning we use comment to explain what we are doing or what we have done. Because when you collaborate on a project, even if, no matter how good you are, if you are not the original author of that piece of code, okay, it will take you time to read that code and understand what that code is meant to do. But if the author leaves a footnote documentation, you can easily read it and then, okay, this one is meant to do this one is meant for this one. You are good to go. Okay, so as part of what makes one a good developer is writing proper documentation. Okay, it's not just used to make some part of code not to work. It's documentation. It's very, very, very important. Okay, when you are doing something, you must leave manual, or guide. Even beside that, it also helps you a lot, because I tell you, as developer, you can write 100 lines of code today, and if you don't leave comments, I tell you, if you close your laptop, open it tomorrow, it go shock you. You'll be asking yourself, was I the one who wrote this thing? Okay, if I was the one that wrote it, where did I stop? What was I doing before I closed the laptop? All of those questions will come to your mind. So we also use comments, okay, as a way to remind ourselves of what we are doing. Okay, it's like a checkpoint. So it's not just for team members, it's also for you. Okay, are you with me? So that is for comments. So always put comments where necessary. So I'm going to leave here navigation bar, and also use white space for readability. Don't allow your elements or your codes to be cluttered. Use space, give space, because when you execute your code, the language translator will remove all white spaces and comments. So just use, for your own good, use space to make it readable for you. Okay, don't jam pack everything together. It makes it hard for you to read your code. So that is the nav element for navigation. So the next thing is websites usually have hero section, right? That big section that has a call to action button and all of those things. You don't know what hero section is? Okay. So you see this page, this website, this place marks the hero section. This is the hero section. If we go to which website will I? Okay, let's see Hostinger. So the hero section is actually like the introductory part of a web page. You can see this is the hero section. This is the navigation bar. Are you seeing it? They have a search bar inside of the navigation bar. This entire place where this video is playing is the hero section. After the hero section, you have the main content. and then you have the footer. This is this entire section. This is the footer. Are you seeing it? You can see the page is broken down into sections. Are you seeing it now? So now you know what an hero section is. So if I want to define my hero section, because it is a section, I can use the section element. It makes more sense, doesn't it? Use the section element, define your hero section. Okay? And then the hero section now has what? H1. That is where the H1 is usually located. You have your H1, you have your paragraphs, you have whatever you want to have. After that, I can now come to the main content. This is where I will put my what? My main. Every other thing goes inside of it. And after my main, I have my what? Footer. I have my footer, which is this section here. This section, all of these links. This is the footer section. Do you understand? This area, this is the footer section. So all of these other sections from here to the hero section, they are the what? Main content. So everything will go inside here. Okay? So let's say we have a section like this pricing plan. Each of these pricing plan is represented by what? An article, because they are self-contained and what? Independent. Now if you look at this entire area is what? A section, right? Plans and pricing section. Are you seeing it? You can now break all of these things into what? Header. So inside of here, let's say I have plans and pricing. I'm going to have my header. The header will contain all of these things. Okay? After the header, you can see based on the CSS, these pricing plans, they are kind of like grouped together. So the best way to group it is this. We now use the div. Each of the pricing plan is what? An article. So we are going to have like 3 articles inside. Are you seeing it? Then inside of the article, we have every other thing we have here. And at the end, you can see there is a footer content. So inside of that section, we now have what? A footer to put this content. So your web page can have many footers beside the main one that is outside of the main element. Okay? Every section can have a footer, can have a header, and articles. So that is how you structure your page. And then you get very good SEO performance. No. Look at this. I have one section here. This is another section with a different heading. This is another section. 2 articles. Header. Another section with a header. Another section. Another section. Another section. Another section. Then the hero section. So the major thing is the section. They have to be well defined. Okay? Alright. So we have talked about the basic elements. So please take note of them. Let's look at lists. Let us look at lists. Let's see what lists are. So, literally, we know what a list is. Okay, list of items, list of that, list of that. So, in Microsoft Word, you know, we have different kinds of lists now. The ones we ordered lists, like the ones with numbers or alphabets, and then unordered list, the ones with bullet points. Or you can change the markers. Maybe you want to use asterisk or diamond. That is Microsoft Word. So how do we create those same lists in HTML? So in HTML, we have three kinds of lists, okay? Although the third one is rarely usable, like we rarely use it. But the first one is what the ordered. Why unordered now? So let's just take it as this. Unordered list. So unordered list is when the list items can come in no particular order. Okay. It is that one that produces what? Bullet points. That is an unordered list. Are you with me? Please, no phones, eh? No phones. Very soon we'll close. So that is unordered list. So when it comes to the list, the tag for it is what? UL. U for unordered. L for what? List. So it has a specific children element, which is what? LI. List item. LI. List item. So you can see list item, I have apple, I have bananas and cherries. Okay. Under what? Unordered list. It's very simple and straightforward. And then note, a list item can also form another unordered list. So that we call it what? A nested list. Okay. So for instance, let's say okay, let me create this. I think I should have done this a long time ago. Look at this now, eh? For the unordered list, let's say I have this and then I have list item apple. This is what we will have. Are you seeing the list item apple, right? Now let me explain nested list. So if I want to create a list under a list, you have your list item, let's say soup. Okay, you can see the soup, or the soup is there. But because we have different kinds of soup, I will now create another word unordered list inside that list item. Then li again, I have egusi, of course. This is how it will show. You can see that the second bullet point is not solid, but it has a border outlining this thing. So inside this one, you can create another nested one like that. So that is unordered list. And then the ordered one is still the same thing, but just that the ordered one uses actual. Let me change this to ordered. Sorry, excuse me. Let me fix. Okay. Okay. So for the ordered list, So for the ordered list, instead of UL, we have what? OL. Every other thing stays the same. Do you understand? Every other thing stays the same. I see it. So it starts with numerals, but you can change it if you want to use alphabet or Roman numerals. Then the nested one, we also start with that. So let me show you how to change. If you want to change from numbers, we use what? Type attributes. You can see one. If you want to use capital alphabet or small letter for this one is for Roman numerals. I. So if I want to change it from numerical indicators to alphabetical ones, I will choose this and we have ED. That's for capital letter. If you use small letter, you will get the small letter. I see. So now I want you to do something for me based on lists. I want you to hyphen. So that one is unordered now. Hyphen is unordered list. So you use CSS to replace the bullet points with the hyphen. It's not in HTML. So the default indicator, we call it marker. The default marker for unordered list is the bullet points. If you want to change it to different one, do it within CSS. Okay. So now I want you to create an HTML file called lists. Okay, .html. Set it up with the necessary headings, titles, and everything, and create a section for unordered lists and another section for ordered lists. Then put at least for the unordered list, create at least 20 list items. Did you get that? For the unordered list, create at least 20 list items. Then create 2 nested lists inside the unordered one. Do the same for the ordered list. Okay. Create 2 sections, one for ordered list, the other for unordered list. For each of them, create at least 20 list items. Then lastly, each of the lists, that is both ordered and unordered, they should have 2 nested lists within them. That is list under list. Okay. At least 20 list items. Same with the other. Then the list items that you wrote for ordered should be different from the ones you write for unordered. Okay. Yes, they should have 2 nested lists.
That's like each one of the 20.
Yes.
Each one of the 20.
No. You can choose any one that will be the nested list out of the 20. Their content should be different. The content for ordered list should be different from unordered list. Ordered list 20, unordered list 20. By 20, I mean 20 list items, so not the list. Just one ordered list, one unordered list. But their list items should be 20 each. It's a classroom. Please, yeah. No HTML, 2 different sections. I would appreciate if you do it, if you attempt it yourself. No ChatGPT, no DeepSeek. That's the problem from your head when I go to the park. So just pick any random, maybe cars, food, anything. Names of family members, list. So please, no ChatGPT, no DeepSeek, no Gemini, just Try it yourself. Alright, excuse me. I need to attend to something. I'll be back very quick. How are we doing? Some persons are not smiling. Are we set? Are we set? You click on this. Log the system is about to shut down. Then you click on. Now look at this. Your file is not saved. Number one. Number two, the file extension, the file entirely is wrong. The file is wrong. Remember, I said HTML files are .html. So rename it You can call this list dot html. You see, then you click enter. Now look at this. I don't know. This is VS Code, right?
Yes.
I don't know why it is showing file. Why is it showing? I see. So your file was not a .html file. I'm using this. Here's this. I have completed now 20. Complete. Sharp, 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 sharp. Shop one. How to you put my you? Very good. Sharp, sharp. I like your code. Which one to be that?
Don't forget Comic Sans.
Comic Sans, okay. Comic Sans. Sharp. 20. Sharp, sharp, sharp. They repeat something so.
No,
Yeah. And because say I don't say made it dey meaningful. See that this one repeats. And the same thing with this one. And the same thing with this one. I beg, make dem dey meaningful, please. Because if you wan present this thing, I go say, who taught you? Okay. Sure. Okay. Oh, yeah. We have other things to cover. Chief, how far? I don't finish. Okay. This one, they're not up to 20 now. No, hey, it will be like you come front. 20. And then this one should have 2 nested lists. You only did 1. Do another one. This one should have 2 nested lists as well. Does anyone have an issue? Yeah. Okay. You're done. That thing is not up to 20, is it? No, I said 2 nested lists. Like here, you have 1 nested list, you have another nested list. This is just 1 nested list. What's the issue? Okay. 2 nested lists. Sharp. Okay, you're trying to confuse me, but I refuse to be confused. Okay. Correct. No. After your the format this thing. So arrange it here. Format documents. So arrange them now. This is your list. What you will do is you use list item. Okay. List item. Then you put apple, bapo. That's the list item. Then you come down. Yes. So on other list, you create, this is the element for on other list. Then the items itself are represented as list items. Yes, it-
We said we should
Sana,
put like other
your code is
nested
correct, but you
list
never complete
inside.
them.
yes, your
Inside
code
the
is
list.
correct, but you are not. It's
You're not
not
complete,
done.
you're not done.
Like now, look at follow this line. You can see this open tag for other list does not have a close tag. This one has a close tag. Even this list item here
Yes.
does not have a close tag. Look at the tray. You will
So is
see.
it when you list everything finish before you start putting the next list inside?
You don't necessarily need to put everything. You can put it at any point in time. At any point in time, but just ensure that now this is ordered list of fruits, right?
Yes.
If you do ordered list of fruits OL, you need to add the close tag. Now you have the close tag. Then you cannot put your list item like apple. You understand? Apple is a list item. So you come down, put another one, banana. Okay. Then where you will now put nested list, let's say a fruit that has like kind of subcategories, like
Grapes.
let's say grapes. If we use you now put sub. So if you put list item, then you put grapes. Grapes as sub, right? Then you now create the nested list OL again. I see this. You are creating other lists inside of this item to create a nested one. Now format this document to arrange it well. Right click, format document. You see, it's arranged. Then inside here, you now put list item. Types of grape, let's say red grape. You see, format again. Mhm. Now if you check what this one. We go live. I see it now. The red grape is under what? Grapes. So just ensure that everything total is 20. Alpha. All right, let's proceed. We have tried. We have tried. So those of us that had some issues, ensure you when you go back you look at it again. Okay. So remember we have two types of list. We have three, but the third one is rarely used, which is the description list. Okay. The main ones are the ordered and unordered lists. All right, so let's proceed. So let's look at image. How to render image. I believe you have been taught that. Okay. So enough of the list. We will continue it later. I just want you to get something out of it. But let's proceed. So image. So the element for rendering images or embedding images is called what? The IMG, short for image. Is that understood? So we use the IMG tag to do what? Render an image. Okay, so the IMG tag is a self-closing tag, right? It doesn't have a closing tag. It only has what? The open tag. And there are three, is it three? There are four important attributes that every IMG tag must do what? Have. The first one is the SRC attribute, which stands for what? Source. Okay, you specify the source of that image or where the image is stored, either locally on your system or an image that is on another website. Okay, so the source can be remote, the source can be what? Local. Do you understand? That is what SRC stands for, source. Then the second one is the alt attribute, alternate text. So the alternate text is used, okay, by browsers in the event where the image fails to what? Load. Maybe due to network or something happened, the browser could not display the image. The browser will display what? The alt text in place of that image. An example is this. I seen this. There is this broken image here or logo. I don't know what it is. And then this text you are seeing close to it is the alt text, right? So moving on, we have the width and the height attributes. So by default, if you don't put the width and the height attributes, the browser is going to use the original width and height of the image. Meaning, if the image is as big as this, as wide as this, and as tall as this, while rendering it, if you don't add width and height attributes, the browser will display that image using what? The width and the height. So we don't want an image that will cover the entire screen. That's why we need what? The width and height, you know, to resize it to what we want. Good. So that is all about image. So now I want you to build something like Pinterest. You are going to build lot of images, display them. Let them look like the way Pinterest images are looking side by side. We may not get the style. Remember, no styling yet. Okay? But I just want you to get the concept of image rendering. So everybody, I want you to create image.html. Image.html. I think I already have. Okay. Create image.html. Remember, I said the image can be a local image, meaning you have it downloaded, or it can be an image on what? Another website. So we don't have so much time to download so many images. So we'll be using what? A remote image. So let's go to we are. Let's try Pinterest. Now there's another thing you need to note. Not all websites will allow you to use the image on their website, on your own website. Okay, like the image is displayed on website A, and then you want to get the link to that image and display it on website B. Remember that image is stored on the server where website A is. So there is something called cross origin request resource sharing. Okay, server A can prevent other websites from making requests to that resource. The image is the resource. Okay, so there are other websites that can allow you to do what? Get access to that image, like photo sharing websites such as Pixel, Pinterest, and the other ones. So let us try Unsplash. Yes, let's try Unsplash. So everybody open Unsplash. We are going to be using images here. So just pick any kind of image. Me, I will go for cars. Just pick any kind of image. And then we know how to render images, right? So this is what I want you to do. You see this? This means that this image is what? On my system. I have it. But because I don't want to download the image to my system, we are going to get the link for each of these images. So let's see this. Just watch me first before you proceed with your own. So if I go live, are you seeing this thing? I talked about this. If the image fails to load, what will happen? The browser will display this thing and the what? Alt text. So you can see the alt text. This is what? A background image. So when a user comes across this, they know that an image is supposed to what? Have load there. But due to some reason, it failed to load. Instead of not showing anything at all. So always put your what? Alternate text. Alright, now I'm going to grab my first image from Unsplash. So if you right click on the image, you will see what? Copy image address. So I'm going to copy the image address and then I will set it as the source. It's very long. So you can see that the image is stored on where? On Splash server. Now if I should go to my page, I have the image loaded from that website. Okay, so your image source can be local, it can be remote. So now I'm just going to resize it to look like Pinterest. So I'll set my width and height. Okay, my width is very small. So I'll set my width to, okay, let's say 200 pixels and my height to 500 pixels. Nope. Okay. Let me just use 100%, meaning don't squeeze the image. Make it look better. 100 is stretching it. Okay, let me use automatic. Okay, auto is good. So this is the original width. Or better still, instead of Pinterest, we can use Unsplash style. I like this one. So the width, okay, so now I'm going to reduce the width and the height. Mine is kind of bigger. So the auto means that the width will automatically adjust based on the height. So by reducing the height, the width will reduce as well. So if I reduce this to 300 pixels, I see it. So this is better. So I'm just going to get other cars. I will copy the link address. Then I will duplicate this one and change the source to another image, and I have another car. So this is what I want you to do. Get as many images as you can get, and I will go around and check. Now notice, if I move my cursor over any of the image, I get there's this small pop-over text that shows. Okay, this is an image, blah blah blah. So now there is a global attribute called title in HTML. Global in the sense that you can apply it to all elements within the body element. Don't go and add title to meta, and then of course you can't see the meta data now. So, but if you add it to any other element, when you move your cursor over it, it is going to display whatever thing you show here. So what we use it to do is, we use it as footnotes, maybe a complementary text explaining the image. Like this is let's say Lamborghini. Is it Lambo? Okay, Lamborghini. And then when the user hovers it, this is what Lamborghini. It like explains that image or that content. Okay, you can apply it to a paragraph, to any element at all. So let's do this. Just create image.html, set it up, put your image elements, go to Unsplash, copy links, copy image address, and then you change the source to the copied one, and bam, I have 3. So don't forget, the width should be auto, the height should be what, 300 pixels, and they will show like that. So with CSS we can now do the arrangements, like arrange them to appear the way these ones are. So this kind of layout, we call them bento grids. Okay, they are not like arranged on a straight line, so we call it a design trend. But right now our own is just going to be a normal grid. So everybody, let's get to work. Let's get to work, everybody. If you have an issue, call my attention. This card dope. The width is auto, the height is 300 pixels. It's when you load it, you get an error, it will not load due to cross origin resource sharing. The image will break, it will not load. That's how you know. But these images are publicly available, so that's why they are loading. Okay, so the height is 300 pixels, the width is this. I don't like this theme. Why is this theme showing like this? How can my attribute and the value be the same? Who asks these people to update this thing? I don't like this thing. I don't like this thing. 2026. Ha! What kind of rubbish thing is down? Better. Oh yeah, oh, that's good. Are you the one typing for her? Oh yeah, now it should be in your front now. It should be in your front now. You should be the one typing. No. 2 hands. Developers, we use 2 hands. So you are using 1 finger. It's not Microsoft Word. Alpha, if you have any issue, please let us not waste our time. When you right click, you don't see copy link address. Which browser? Firefox. It is still there. It's the same. When you copy it and paste, copy image link. When you copy it, you don't have to preview it. That will waste your time. When you why is your own Chrome not going? This is Chrome. But your Chrome is not. Okay. Right. Don't you have Chrome? Why? I use Chrome. Set Chrome as a default, please, to avoid issues like this. But if I'm using a different browser, I'm using a different browser. Please, so let's be snappy about it. We don't have much time. Set it as default browser. Copy, Control C. This is the system a bit fast. Okay, this thing doesn't have auto save. Always set your always set always do this setting. Ensure that your file auto save is after delay so that it automatically save any change you make. Otherwise you can just code and nothing will show. Settings auto save. So copy now, go to let's go for slash search for yeah, woman obviously
I just wanted white and black.
sorry. Eh? Until it looks like this, like we can scroll. I just want something we can scroll.
This is a white and black. Because it's
Not like this.
so ugly, you know.
Okay, I think it's your trackpad.
What's that?
This thing is the issue. Not that right click. This your right click is not behaving like my right click. So we use this one. Right click. You see copy image address. So look for your white and black. I don't know if you are fair. Look for white and black. What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue? It's your system. Alpha, what's the issue? Is it good? Why is your SRC empty? Who did it? What happened to the SRC now? Oh, yeah, now go and copy the. You want to use this one? Right click, copy image address. Go and paste. Okay, let me see what you have so far. You can close this. You can close this. Now see, your files are not saved. So even if you preview, you will not see your changes. You see, now they are now showing. So always check to ensure that under your settings, file auto save, I see it is off. So set it to after delay so that you make change in a space of milliseconds, it automatically saves. All right. So let me see the one you have done so far. Just show me. Okay. Just show me. Aha, sharp. But the width, make them to have. Okay, you want to reduce one width, make one big. Sharp. Voila. Let's see. No, like run it preview. Let's see. Mhm. Correct. Let me see the one you have done so far. Please use Chrome so that we avoid browser discrepancies. Use Chrome. This one too big go. Please. Alpha. Okay, you to your trackpad. If you want to right click, it's like it is not right clicking. Instead, it is opening it. Let me see. Okay, you right click, you copy. Let me see the one you have done so far. You have an error. Yeah, you see this red. Only one. You have an error here. Your this thing, you didn't paste it inside of the listing. So, and then you can close this thing so that you have more space. As developers, we cry for space. The bigger your screen is, the better. Okay. That's Chief, let me see the one you have done so far. Wow. More like I dey waste my time. Oh. Some people not supposed to this class. Suppose all give them their certificates. Sharp, 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 sharp. Hmm. Boy. Yeah, let me see. Hmm. Is this Linux Mint?
Yes.
I love this OS die. Which flavor? It has different flavors. Linux Mint. Um, I've forgotten this. You know, like they are like four. They're like four. You be like I'll go back. I'll go back to Linux Mint. But besides this one, which other one have you used?
I have
Kali.
yes, I use my virtual machine.
Okay, you run on there.
Actually, it's there, but if I do that one, I have to manually.
So let me see the one you have done so far. Okay, good. Just get more. Let me see the one you have done so far. Just prove it for me. Okay. Let's go. All right. Okay, so Deborah, there's no way I will check everybody. I'm not checking. Yeah. Let me see the one you have done so far. Preview now. Let me see. Preview. Go live. You did this thing, Deborah. Now you do. You when? Wow. No, not get issue. I don't even need to look at it. Let me see your own. It's too big. You made a mistake now. The width is supposed to be an attribute. There's no equal to. But I say you should call me now if you have an issue. How is your voice having issue? Okay, this will be the quote. Then the value auto. The height. I see. So just add more pictures. All right, let's move. So we all know how to embed images, right? Don't worry about the styling for now. Let's look at something else. Oh boy. Let's look at something else. So beside image, you have done video and audio, right? So let's look at that again. So I want you to create, let's do something like YouTube. You have lots of image. You see the one we did for image. Let's do another one like this, but for video. So instead of images, we'll have videos. Don't worry about the videos. We will use, is it still on Splash? We can get videos. So the same way you copy the links, we are going to do that as well. So we are going to create video.html. Okay, so please listen up. Leave the image. We are done with image. Okay, I'm satisfied with what I've seen so far. Now let me explain the images. Please listen up. So for videos, This is how a video is embedded. Okay, we have the video element, the video tag, and of course you set the width and the height. Then these controls, these attributes tells the browser to display what? These controls, or display, pause, maximize, minimize. These are the browser controls. If you remove that attribute, browser will not display anything and you cannot play it. So the only time we don't add this control is if you want to use JavaScript to build custom controls. You don't want to use the one that browser gives. Like you want to build your own play button. For instance, with the controls, their play button is here, and then their timers are here. But let's say you want to build your own custom view. You want to hide the browser's own. That is when you remove controls. Okay, so take note of that. So when you put your video element with all of these attributes, we use the source element to specify where the image is coming from. It can be, I said, image video. It can be a local video or a remote video. So take note. The reason why we are using source, although the video element has an SRC attribute, we can also do this. Okay, without the source element, you can also do that. But over the years, we discovered that let's say prior to the versions of browsers we have today, before now, there are some video types or video extensions that are not supported, okay, in some browsers. But besides the MP4, there are other video extensions like WebM, like some are very optimized. So video authors, after making their video, they can encode it in different formats. But the MP4, the file size is very large. Okay, we have all those MKV and the rest of them. So when it comes to website, playing videos on website, we try to use videos that the videos whose file size are not so large. Okay, so there are some browsers that do not support some video types. Okay, so in that case, let's say on YouTube, if you are using Chrome version 20 and then you want to play a video, let's say you are building YouTube like service, and you have one video, Man versus Liverpool. You uploaded the video as the content creator in MP4, and then some persons that wants to watch that video, their browser is very old, MP4 is not playing. What happens? They cannot watch that video. So the only way you can mitigate that is by duplicating that same element, and then you can now change the video type to another let's say is it MPEG, and then there is 3JJP, something like that. There are so many video types. So it means, let's say this is for WebM. WebM is like the standardized one. Okay, it's widely used. And then there is OGG, there is MPEG, and then MP4. So this is the only way you can do that, so that if the browser does not support this one, browser will support this one. But now, this is a long shot because you need JavaScript to be able to display one and hide the rest. Okay, and you also need JavaScript to be able to detect which one the browser supports. So it's a long shot. So what HTML5, how HTML5 handle that is by introducing the word source element. Is by introducing the source element. So with the source element, we can specify multiple sources for that same image. So here we can have the image as MP4, video rather, as MP4, and the video in another format, like that. So the browser will now choose which one it supports. If the browser supports MP4, MP4 will play. If it does not support MP4, it will fall back to the next one. If it does not support that one, it goes to the next one, like that. So in the event where none of the sources are supported, the browser will now display this message. It's very, very important you add it. Okay, but if the browser supports either of them, you won't see this text. For instance, are you seeing the text? No, because the browser supports it. So if the browser does not support it, you will see the text. So this is everything about video. Okay, it is the same thing for audio. The same thing for audio. You know, an audio is just a video without frames, just a sound. Video is audio plus what? Frames. So if you just change this element to what? Audio. Even though the source is a video, like a video, this audio element will just play the audio from that video. I seen it. It will just play the audio from that video. So that is how. And the same thing applies here. Browser controls. If you take it off, you will not see the audio at all. So the controls attribute is important. So this is audio and this is what? Video. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to go to on Splash, look for videos. I'm sure they have videos. I'm very sure they do have videos. They do have videos. They do have videos. Where? Eh? Okay. They should have videos here too. No, these are still images. We can get videos from Pinterest, but there is, I think, is it Pixar they call it? There's one Pix, this one. We can get free videos here. Abi? So I'm saying editor. I don't want this video, I just need this video. Okay. Short videos. We have pixels. You can get from pixels. So to get video, you right click. No, this one is an image. There is video.
Just search for from the video, just search for
Okay. It's now that it is loading. So we can copy video link. If I copy this video link and I'm going to replace my bunny with the video link, it should load it if it's free. It's okay, it's loading. I seen it. So that is what I want you to do. That is what I want you to do. Just get many videos. Let's do something like YouTube, you know. So just get many videos. The same thing we did for pictures, the images. Do it for videos. do it for videos. So you can get any video. Oh, yeah. Let's start. Let's do something. I've added my second video. Now there's another thing you can also do: autoplay. Okay, on the video you can set autoplay. If you add autoplay, as the browser loads, the video will automatically start to play. But if you notice on YouTube, autoplay works when the video is focused, or when you hover it, that's when it's play. That's JavaScript. Okay, but this kind of autoplay, as soon as the browser loads, the page loads, it automatically plays. And you can also mute. You can mute the video, meaning this one is muted. So let's work on this. I want you to add video element. I want you to add as many videos as you can get, so that we'll move to the next thing. Deborah, are you done? You ought to have been done by now. Pixels. You're still on picture. Yeah, fast. No, leave picture. No, don't put it here. Oh, you're putting everything inside list.
Yeah.
No. I want you to be able to review them individually. For this one, create video.html and put it there. Your what? It will work. Here is a video. This one. Look at the address you copied. Where did you copy the video from? Adobe. I'm saying Adobe, yeah. Yes, copy video link. Use Excels. From here.
Yes.
Let's see. That's it. And that's it to Adobe. They are not allowing you to load the video. It's not a free use Pexels. Everybody is using Pexels. Use Pexels. Get the videos. Yeah. Chief Matthew. Aha, sharp. Just add. Let's see. All is not loading. Check your code. Okay, it could be your internet. It will load for your internet. Because it's slow. Just go back to your page and refresh. Go to Pexels. Copy another one. Right click. Copy video link. Go there. It's okay, don't worry. See the issue. Your type VD is no O. You remove O. That's why. Mm-hmm. No, no, no. You don't need to. It's automatically refresh. You don't have to be like doing like once you do it once. This should work. Refresh, refresh. Okay. Mm, okay. Let's see. Okay. Oh shit. SRC. Mm-hmm. Like video MP4. See the issue. I'm coming. See the issue here. See your first video tag. See the end tag. Your source is outside. So remove this one. No, just remove this close tag. Remove that close tag. So that we use this one. Are you seeing it now? So you need to watch your code well for errors. Okay, it happens.
Yeah, look down.
Just follow my example.
I look like I have understanding.
Ah, look at my example on the board. See, this thing after the video, you put the width, you put the height, you add controls, autoplay, then you create a source element. It is the SRC that you now paste that thing, and you are good to go. So you can also check.
Sorry, this your browser does not support the
Hmm?
video tag. This your browser does not support the
Uh,
video tag. Should I add it?
you need to add it because the image may not, the video may not play. So the browser has to display that.
I do everything
Mm.
inside.
I explained that now. I explained that this will work, but I also explained why we don't use this because browsers may not support that image. So the source element allows us to add multiple sources so that if browser does not support one, it can support another one. So we don't use this one in HTML5. You understand? Mhm. We don't use that one in HTML5.
My own is not even showing anything.
Your own is not
That's
showing
why
anything.
when you did something, all of this.
See now, you have an error now. The editor is telling you red. It
Yeah.
means you did something wrong. Look at your source does not have a close tag. You did not close it. Are you seeing it?
Okay.
Now try it. And then I'm coming. Look at this. Okay, not here.
It's not nice.
It's here. So you even know. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. One is working now. Please let me see. You're not done. Until I said you are done. Okay. No, nah. Yeah, go and check if it will play or
Exactly.
not.
And you're not supposed to record for this and this one.
No, nah. This
Just add
you shift. If you want to get the symbols at the top, you need to hold your shift key. So check. You should play now.
it's not about displaying. There is this icon that normally display. Where is it now?
You click here. This one is for your explorer, search, blah 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 blah. So you click here. Right. Which icon are you clicking?
I've seen it.
Is it working? It's working. Okay. Alpha, is it working? Autoplay is not working. Let me see. No, you don't have to do that. No. If you have done it before and it has opened, you switch to this thing. See, now autoplay is working. It's not working. I thought I set your default browser to Chrome. Was it you? Not you. Set it to Chrome so that because I'm using Chrome. So if you have an issue, I'll be able to resolve it. Why is that not working? See now, your HTML is not correct. There is no body, there is no head. You just wrote everything like that. Look at this one. You have doc type, you have HTML. Always format your document, and your document is not correct as well. There is no body. It's okay. Look at your body. Your body, are you seeing it? You are putting all your images outside of the body. So things will break. Okay. Is it working?
I want to ask you this.
Okay, ask.
On my own, I feel after being a long time go to another website. Yeah, instead then
Okay, as a list.
but I don't know why this hasn't why they speak.
Don't worry about that. That's styling. CSS problem, not HTML. Okay, so sorry. We have done well, but I noticed some few issues. Some persons had issue with the layout that I explained. I mentioned that in an HTML document, you only have one root element, which is what? HTML. And that element has just two children, which are head and what? Body. So some persons, what they did, they were putting video and audio as additional elements. And then things were breaking. I mentioned that the body is for what? The visible area. So everything that is visible should be inside of the body, not outside. Okay. All right. So let's look at the next thing. Table. Let's look at table. Let's look at table quickly. So, how many of you have created table in Microsoft Word before? Or you know what a table is? Not this table, oh. You know what table is? So somebody should define what a table is. What is a table? In your own understanding. What is a table? Okay. It consists of rows and columns. Bam. Also, so let's see how we do tables in HTML. So a table is a structure, like a data representation structure, okay, consisting of rows and columns. Okay, so we are going to create a table of students. Okay, and then we'll have, each row represents a single record, isn't it? Then the columns, we are going to put your the serial number, your name, your email, your phone number, blah blah blah, like that. So in HTML, please suspend every other thing. Leave image, leave video, leave audio. It's time for table. Are you with me? So the first thing we are going to do, HTML offers an element called table. Okay. If I preview this, I'm going to see just, okay, let me change this to student table, right? Are you with me? You can see everything is empty. Since we have defined tables to be a structure consisting of what? Rows and columns. The first row is denoted by T arrow. So T arrow stands for what? Table row. So you are going to have rows in your table based on the number of T arrows that you define, rather. So on the first row, every table usually has a table head, right? The head. So the first row, we are going to define the table head. And we have TH, table head. So this table head, the first thing we'll have is what? Serial number, SN, right? Where we can put 1, 2, So that's the first. So this TH, we create what? The first column on that first row. Are you with me? Then, still on that first row, we are going to have another table head called what? Let's say first name. Another one called, let's use last name. Okay. Then another one called email. Another one called phone number. Let's just end there. Do you understand? Should I take it again?
Yes.
Okay. So we have the topmost elements here called table. Then we define the table to consist of what? Rows and columns. So we start with the row, right? So we create a table row using what? T arrow. You can see the open tag and close tag. Inside that first row, we have what? Table head, which we create what? First column. Still on that row. If we create another table head, it will create which column? Second column. If you create another one, we have what? The third column. Like that. Still on that what? Row 1. Let's see what we have. Are you seeing them? Don't worry, it's looking like, because it's HTML, uncompleted building. But with CSS, we give it a perfect look. But if you look at this is column 1, column 2, column 3, I seen it, 4 and 5. Under what? Row 1. Now we are done with row 1. Let's go to row 2, which we carry our main data. Okay. So now, you know, the first thing I will put here, we have to align with column 1, right? But note, for our table headers, we use TH. But for the main data, which is the table entry, we use TD. So TD for table data. So here I have one table data. This will create one. This will be created under row 2, column 1. Remember, this is row 1. This is row 2. So this will be created under what? Row 2, column 1. So if I put 1 here, 1 will align with what? Serial number. Column 1, column 1. So we are going to have 1 under serial number. I seen it. They are all what? Under the first column. Then first name. Another word, table data, TD. First name can be Deborah. Deborah will align with what? First name. Second column, second column. So we have Deborah under first name. Do you understand? Then another table data, TD, for last name. Huh? Table data, TD. So this one we align with what? Last name. And then another TD, we have Debbie at yahoo.com. That one we align with this one. I seen it. Then another table data, let's say plus 419. Then we have 9047. Email. We have our table. So this forms for the first entry. If you want to now create another row, it's the same thing. From now henceforth, it's going to be the same thing. Okay. So if I copy this and I paste here, I will change this to what? 2. I send it. Then you can change other things. Okay. But I don't want this to be, they are too close. So I'm going to set a width on the table to 50% of the full width of the screen, so that we can have spaces. So you can see from here to here is 100%. I made the table to occupy what? Half. Do you understand? CSS. So you can see everything is aligned now. Don't worry about the styling. So here is what I want you to do. I want you to create an inventory list. Okay. Just imagine you are building an e-commerce website. Jumia, you know. So just create a product table where you have the title of the product, the price of the product, and how many units sold and units left. Okay. So we are going to start from there. Okay, yeah. So we are going to create a product table. The table should have these table heads. Of course, there will be serial number. You want to know the number of products you have. Okay. And then serial number will be there. Title of the product will be there. Description, a brief description about the product will be there. The price of the product will be there. The category of the product will be there. If it's gadgets, and then we'll have units sold and units left. So this should form the table heads. Then put at least 10 products. Can you see it? Serial number, title, description, price, category, units sold, units left. So let's do that. Sharp, sharp, sharp. Table, 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 table. Units sold, units left. Also note that the table data, the content for the table data does not like necessarily have to be a text. Remember, you can put an image. You can put anything, it's content. You can put video. You understand? You can put anything. But for a conventional table, it's just text now. So you can put anything. Chief, you just a smile earlier. This is the sweet you. Oh, voila. You will soon barb your hair like me. Alright. So let's just start so that we can look at forms before we call it again. Look at forms. Deborah, do you carry one finger and one hand in code? They amaze me. He touch the thing as he say na doll. Think of anything. Like I just called it product table because the table is a product, this thing, inventory. Whatever thing, just think of e-commerce. If you go to Jumia, you see list of gadgets. Like the products there are categorized by, their category. So just create a table housing those inventories. If you have an issue, call me. Call me. If you have an issue, call me. Call me. Call me. Call me. Yes. The table heads. Sharp. Like C sharp. If you need me to explain anything, call me. So some persons are not supposed to be in this class. This is because I feel oppressed sometimes. But the things I'm seeing, I feel oppressed. I feel like some of you, they should have just given you your certificates. Just go. Instead of attending the class. Like this my guy. I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know, he just came here to oppress me. See, these are your arrow keys, This thing beeping is your cursor. So you need to use this to go left, go up, come down, move right. So when you come here, put your space. Now, if you want to get any of these symbols, that is, you can see some keys, they have symbols below, some have above. If you want to get the ones below, just press the key. If you want to get the ones above, hold your shift key. You can see this thing up. It means anything like if I hold this and press anything to give me the key, the symbol at the top. So you will hold it and press this to get the angle bracket because this one is at the top. Same thing. You come here, hold it. I think, and then this thing is wrong. Your width is an attribute. So when you write the attribute name, you put equal to, and then you put quote. Okay. So this 50% ought to be inside what? The quote. I think. Let me change this thing because this thing is confusing. Even me, it's confusing. So color things. This is better. Please let's keep our voices down, please. Exams are going on. Please let's keep our voice down. Exams are going on, the other classes. Someone okay. Are we done? You are done. Wow, amazing. Units, okay. Your products are in dollars. Now, wow. Sharp, 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 sharp. I didn't see serial number. Okay, there's serial number.
This is serial number.
No, not you, not you. Chineke. Oh, wow. You don't go overdo. You're done. All right. So you can see that table is very straightforward. Yeah, sorry. The table element is very straightforward. Okay. There's nothing much. It's just the table rows, headings, and the rest of it. Now we are going to go into the one that will crack your head. All right, let's look at forms. The most important HTML element. Let's look at forms. We are done with table. Can we proceed to forms? Can we proceed? Forms. Okay. Programmers, we don't use one hand. When we use one finger, your two hands must be on your keyboard. If not,
It's not in. It's not in.
they are not aligning.
Yeah, they're not aligned.
It's because something is wrong. So programming is garbage in, garbage out. Now, okay, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, one. Table data. Okay. Table is table data. Table row. Okay. 50%. Your tables are broken. So the space, the 50% is not enough to occupy all of this. So it's breaking the text.
Okay.
Okay. So if you increase this thing now to let's say 80. I seen it now.
Yes.
It's more than enough to spread them. But don't worry about the alignment. That's CSS. Are you done? You're not done. No. You still owe me a lot. Video, audio, image. You still owe me. You still owe me. I've not seen them. I've not seen them. Koro. All those ones. Not you. Show me your table. Okay. All right. Let's wrap it up. So, please, I need everyone to pay close attention. Forms is a bit tricky and it has a lot of sub components. Okay, all these ones they are biscuits. All right. So forms, HTML forms. What are they? What do we use them for? HTML forms. Do I have forms here? No. So first of all, I want everyone to create form.html and then set it up. Do this, everybody. Form.html. Form.html. Form. How many minutes do we have? Form.html. Are we good to go? You have an error here. Your border. HTML5 does not support border. This thing, proper attributes. It's in HTML4, so it is deprecated. All right. So form. Are you with me? Are you with me? HTML5 does not support the border. This thing, it's deprecated. That's an HTML4 element and attributes. It will still work, but it is deprecated, meaning it's no longer like recommended for use. So border is handled in CSS. Just leave border. I did not add border to my own. When we get to CSS, you can put border and every other thing. All right. So forms. Can I proceed? Okay, so forms. The form element. Are you with me? Okay. So the form element is the basic unit of user interaction. You know, every other thing we have done so far is just look and scroll. We are not interacting with a table, are we? We are only looking at it. Same with the list and every other thing, image. We are only looking at it. But at the point when the system needs to collect data from you, the user, we are interacting with form. So from button, you click on a button. A button belongs to the form category. Your input fields, username, password you enter, that is form. When you upload a file, it's form you're interacting with. Okay? So we are going to look at forms in general. So but before we start, I want you to note this. When it comes to the form, we have the form element, and inside the form element, the most important child element is the input element. Okay, so this input element, depending on the type of input you are requesting from the user, whether normal text or email or phone number or web address or color picker or date picker or time picker, or you want to upload file, it is handled by the input. And then the second most important one is the label element. Okay, so we are going to look at each of these elements, okay, amongst others. So first of all, let's start with form. So it's very basic. You create your form element. Okay, don't code. I just want you to listen to me, understand what I'm doing, then you do your own. So in the form, there are a set of attributes that must be there. Okay, so the form elements, we have the action attributes. Now, the thing that is meant to be written here is a web address to where the form data will be sent to or submitted. It's like a login form. After you type in your blah 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 blah, you click login, right? Everything you have imputed is sent somewhere. So remember, prior to this class, I have explained to some of you how the internet works. And now we have two sides of a software. Okay, the side where people see and interact with, and the side that they don't directly interact with. Front end and what? Back end. Okay, I told you how the front end is being built and how the back end is being built and how they do what? Communicate. Do you understand? So on the front end, when you have a form and a user fills the form, when they click on the submit button, it collects all the data they have imputed and then it will send it to the backend code. So your backend has like we call them endpoints or API endpoints. Okay, API, application programming interface. So they are like addresses where data are being sent to. Okay, and also retrieve from. Do you understand? So for instance, if you look at this project that I have, this is like the backend. Okay, it's written in JavaScript. Then you see all these things. This is the API endpoint. Okay, so if I send data to this endpoint, the backend will receive it and process it and do whatever thing that I want it to do. Then in the front end, this is the login page. Okay, and then this is how. Okay, let me start here. Login. So this is my form. I see my form. Okay, don't worry, this is like a bit advanced, you know, beyond the one I'm teaching you, but we are going to get here. Okay, step by step. So you can see my form. This form collects email address, password, and you can reset your password, and then there is what? A submit button. Okay, so when I click on the submit button, it's going to send the data. So at this point, I'm collecting all the form data and then I'm calling this thing. This is JavaScript and HTML together. Okay, we are heading there. So see the endpoint here. I seen it, /login. So it's going to send the data to this, which is the backend. So the backend is going to listen to it. So any incoming data from this endpoint, this code will handle it. You can see it gets the email and password submitted. Okay, and then it will now check if there is a record in the database with that email. Okay, if there is no record, it's going to throw an error, invalid email or what? Password. But if the record is there and the user is not active, it will throw account not what? Active. Now, if all of this is false, it will now compare the password the user entered with a password that is stored in the database. If they are not the same, it will throw invalid email or password. But if they are the same, it will generate an authentication token and then return the response to what? Back to the user through that same through that same endpoint. Then the front end will also receive the response. And when the front end receives the response, the front end will store. Look at it here. When the front end receives it on success, the front end will store the token. And when the token will expire and the user data. So that is how it works, the communication. Back to front. Yeah. That's how it works. So that is forms. Okay. So let's look at our own form. So I use that to explain the action. So in this case, the action will be, let's say the backend is hosted somewhere at https:// let's say my my server. Okay. I don't like this. 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 Aha. So now, let's say the backend is hosted at my API.com. That is the main domain. But where I am actually, the endpoint I am sending it to will be what? /login. So when I submit this form, it's going to bundle the data and send it to this endpoint /login. So let's assume this is the server, the backend. /login will receive the data. It has to be the exact way it is here. Okay. So the backend will receive it, process the data, return response to the client or the front end through that same thing. So that is how forms work, and that is the essence of the action attributes. It is just where your backend code is listening to the form at. So when they click on login, the data is sent to that place. Do we understand? Don't worry, you understand later, but just know what that attribute is used for, the essence of it. Okay? Take it as the address of the server that the form will be what? Submitted to. That's it. No, now you cannot host your server on an email address now. It has to be a web address. No, okay. See what we'll do here. Thank you for that. I'm going to like simulate a backend. Okay. So what we'll do here, in place of this, we are going to just choose any HTML file you have. Because if we send request to it, we will get the content of the HTML file as the response. Because normally when the login form is submitted and processed, the backend will return a response to us. And then the browser will redirect us to that response. That is how it works. You will create one. All those tables you have been creating are these CSS files. Alright. So that is what the first attribute. Now the next one is called method. Okay. So I explained to you how HTTP protocol works, and I also gave you an assignment to do research, like extensive research on the protocol. How many of you did that? No, you were not, like yourself, you're not around there. To go and read up on the HTTP protocol, check the methods, check the status text and status codes. How many of you did that? You see, we are drawing closer to the point where you use it. So please, all of those things, you need to check them. HTTP protocol, their method, their status code, status text. Okay. I'm sure you are familiar with this, or you might have seen it somewhere. 404.
Yeah.
You know what 404 is? That is an HTTP what? Status code. 404 means what? Not found. So if your front end is requesting for something from the back end, and the back end checks database anywhere, that thing is not found, the back end will return the status code of what? 404 back to the client. Does that make sense? Same thing, if you are creating an account and the account is created, the backend will return a status code 201, meaning what? Created. If you want to fetch data from the backend and the backend returns the data successfully, backend will return 200. Okay. So those are the status code and status text. You need to memorize what 200 means, what 300 means, what 400, and there are lots of them, and you must memorize all of them. Okay. There are lots of them. Just check online. You see all the status codes, status text, what they mean. when they are used. Okay, from 100 to 500. So there is 100, 101, 102, 3, 4, 5, 200, 201, 203, 204. There is 300, like that, 500. So when the front end is receiving status code of 400, it means the error is caused by the front end. But if the front end is receiving status code 500 and above, it means the error is from the server. Okay, so you need to know all these things starting from now, because we are now dealing with forms. All right. Okay, we have 10 minutes to go, so let's see what we can cover. So the method. Now the method is the method determines how the backend is to undo that request. So remember, HTTP is a protocol. It's like the standard protocol for web development. Okay, as I said earlier, it follows a pattern called client server. Okay, your front end is the client, your back end is the server. So the client makes requests to the what? Server. The server processes the request and returns what? Response. So that is the paradigm for HTTP. Okay, client server model, request response, request response. So now HTTP methods means it tells how the server should handle that request. Okay, and also the intent of the request. What is the request for? Okay, and how it should be handled. So basically we have methods such as get. So the get method is used when the client is requesting for something, let's say data. You want to fetch your profile, or you want to fetch anything. We use the get what method. But if the client is sending data, there's a difference between requesting for something and giving something. So if the client is sending data, we use what? Post. Like if you want to create your account, those forms you fill, they use post method. Then if you want to upload a file, those requests, they use what? Put. Because put means server updates an existing record. Okay, we use put for file uploads. And then there is patch. So patch, when I say patch something, your cloth tear, you patch them. That's it. So patch is used where you want to update a part of a larger data. Let's say you have your username, your email, your phone number. That is your profile. If you want to change your email, that request we use what? Patch, because you are patching a piece of a whole data. Do you understand? Then if you want to delete a resource, there's a method called what? Delete. Okay, because one thing that the protocol enforces is understanding between your client code and your server code. Of course, we know what a protocol is now. Rule. They must obey the same rule. So if the client is sending a get request, the server handling it must expect it in what? As a get request. If the client sends as get and then server is implementing post, the server will never get that data, even if the endpoint is what? The same. But the method alone, like for instance, look at this one. This is the client, okay, submitting this login form. Look at the request I used. Are you seeing the method? Post, right? That same implementation, backend is what? Post. That is how it works. If the client sends it using post, the server must expect it as what? Post. If you use get, you have lost the data. you won't get it. So that is HTTP protocol for everybody. So for forms like this that we are sending data to the backend, what method do you think is fit? Among all the methods I've mentioned, get, post, put, delete, patch, options. Which one? Post, right? Because we are sending the data. Okay. Now that we have done that, there are other attributes, but they are not that mandatory. Okay. So the next important thing is what? Input. Are you with me? Input. But before the input, let me explain the label. So if I put an input, type text, blah 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 like that, and I run this, are you seeing the input? I type in anything here, isn't it? But if a user should look at this, they would never know what to enter here or what is expected in this input. So that is where we need what? A label. So the label complements the input. Let's say this one is for first name, and then I put first name here. Since the label is, the proximity between the label and the input is close, they can now have a clue of what they are expected to do or enter. Don't worry about the arrangement. That is CSS. Okay. But for now, let's just stick with this. So if I put a label, first name here, it gives the user a clue of what to enter here. Are you seeing it? So the label element complements the input. Every input, yeah, technically, every input must have a label. But beside that, there has to be an internal linking. Because on the browser, let's say laptop or desktop, the space is enough. I don't use my finger. So I can easily use my cursor and activate this. But what if I am viewing this website on a mobile screen? Okay. It's very difficult for me to use my finger to what? Activate the input, right? It is very small. So if I want to like focus it to type, I need to be very careful. Do you understand? So another reason why we have label is, even if you cannot touch the input, if you touch the label, it should activate the input. So at this point, I have not linked it yet. So I'm going to link it now. But without linking it, if I click on the label, the input stays at the default state. So how do I link it? I need to set an attribute called ID, short for identifier. And then the value of this attribute must be exactly as this. Whatever thing you give the for, that has to be the value of what? The ID. I have done the linking. Now, if I click on this, you see, it activates or focuses the input. So even on a mobile device, if my hand cannot touch the input, if it touches the label, I still get what I want. Okay, but as per design, your input must be big enough for user's finger to what? Touch it. So that one is a design decision. But regardless of that, technically you must ensure accessibility all around. Okay, whoever is designing your website or you are building, don't go and be using tiny inputs. Okay, don't make it difficult. Users don't like to struggle when using your products. It should be big enough, not like very big, but it should be big enough. Okay, so that is for the inputs. So we have 1 minute left. So now I'm just going to go through the input types. So this input type is what? Text. So we use input type text to collect textual data like first name, last name, other names, all the names. And then we use input type number to collect numbers like numerical data. Okay, and this is how it shows. Input type number, you can put one inside of this input. You cannot put a text, it will not accept text. Okay, so use the correct input type for the what correct data you want to collect. Like if you want to collect age, you use input type number, not input type text, so that somebody will not go and enter 25 years old and then you store it like that in your database. No, you use input type number to collect numbers. Okay, also use it to collect price, you know, price of a product, price of this, price of that. Numerical data, that's for input type number. And then we have other input types like button. So input type button will display a button for you. So if the input type is button, if you look at the input type, you will notice that it does not have a close tag, right? And now I want to put a content. So there's an attribute called value. So I can put click me here, and now we have a button called what? Click me. So that's input type button. We also have another input type. There are so many of them depending on the type of data, like checkbox. For checkbox, you are going to have this checkbox. I seen it. So input type checkbox gives you this. Then we also have input type. Don't worry, all of this will be explained extensively, okay, later on. But we use checkbox for multi-choice. When you want the user to select more than a choice from a range of choices. Okay, like select your favorite food. You check rice, beans, curry. Then when you want a user to select one choice out of many, like gender fields, you can either select male or female or others. Do you understand? The input type is called radio. So you can only select one out of many. Okay? So for the radio, let's say we have male, we have female, and we have others. Let me take this off. There has to be some form of linking, because doing it this way, I can select all of them. But if you want to now constrain them, you need to add another attribute called name, and they must have the same name. Okay, so it's like we are creating a group for the three of them. This way I can only select one out of what the group. Are you seeing it now? So that is input type radio, when you want a user to select one option out of what many. You also have input type date. This one will allow user to pick a date, like a calendar. It's also an input type. Okay, can change the month, the year, can even select today. And we have input type what? Time. When you want them to pick a time. Do you understand? Like booking sites, you know, they select a time. And there is another one, color. So if you want the user to select like a color picker, okay, so this one is useful for theming, when you want to apply like a customized theme. For instance, let me add a little bit of JavaScript here that will change the background color based on the color I will select here. So if I do on change, okay, yeah. Let me just quickly wrap this. Okay, let me do this the simplest way. So if I do documents, I'll change the body, the style, the background color, to this dot this dot target dot value. I think so. So let's see. The event is not firing. Nope. This will change. Okay. Let me do it here. Const. Okay. So this is what JavaScript look like. Okay. This is what JavaScript. So let's see. This should work. ID is color. Just give me a moment. Canary properties, add event listener. Okay. My ID is colonna and I deferred. Okay. All right. So you can see whatever color I select via JavaScript, I can set the value. Like I'm changing the background color of the body element to the selected value. On change is not the best. This should be input. So this time, as I am moving it to be changing, this is the interaction I'm talking about via JavaScript. So if I want to select this, I select like that. So that is input type color for you. Okay, so let me quickly run through other types. As explained, date, time, email. So for email addresses, don't use input type text to collect email, because for the email, the browser does validation. Are you seeing it? This is what an invalid email address. Okay. Input type email to collect email addresses. Okay. And then we have file, input type file for uploading a file. So if I click on that, I can upload a file. And then when you submit the form, the file will be sent to the server. So beside that, we have input type hidden. So this one, input type hidden. The input is there, but the user will not see it. We use it to send extra data alongside the user's request. For instance, there is something for security. There's something we call CFRO token. Okay, cross-site resource forgery. So we embed that. It's like an authentication token. Okay, in the sense that if another person close your website and then they want to submit that form to your own server, when your server gets the data, your server is going to pick that token from that hidden input type and validate that token. If the token does not match the one you're expecting, you will not process that form. So we have to like hide that token so that the user will not see it. Okay, so that is input type hidden. Then we have input type image. So this is another way you can also display an image. Like when you upload it, if you don't want to use IMG element to display the image, you can use the input type image. And if the type is image, you can set your SRC. Okay, and you will have an image. So that's another way you can display an image. Then we have input type month for a month picker. This only shows months, not like a full calendar. Then you have input type number. Then input type password. So use this one to collect password. Don't use input type text because it shows these bullets. Okay, and then with JavaScript, you can toggle like visible and invisible. So always use this for what? Password. And then there is input type range. This one is when you want a user to accept, like to input a range of value. You normally see this on e-commerce websites when you want to do advanced searching, maybe based on range of prices. You drag, so input type range. And then we have input type reset. So this input type reset, if you have a very long form and the user feel, oh, I made a mistake, oh, instead of the user to go back and be removing the data, you can reset the entire form, meaning clear everything and start afresh. So this reset button resets the form entirely. And we also use it when the user fills a form and as they click submit, reset the form. Okay, reset the form. So that's input type reset. And then there is input type search. So you see this input type search, it is what is here. This address bar, where you search for something, it uses an input type search. So it's used for in-app searching. That's for input type search. You search, you enter URL and everything. And for instance, if I type, okay, there is no submit. So input type search. And then we have input type submit. So input type submit will show this submit button. After filling the form, when you click on submit, it will now send the data to this our fake server. So let's see what happens. Okay, index.html is not live. So you can see after the form is submitted, we are getting index.html as what? Our response. Okay. So after that, I think the last one is input type time. Okay, tel is for telephone. So the field where users will enter their phone number is input type what? Tel, short for telephone. And input type time will give you a time picker so that you can pick your time. And lastly, we have input type URL is same for it's almost the same thing as the search. And then we have input type week. So these are the input types depending on the data that you are requesting from the user. Yeah, depending on the design and implementation, like on most e-commerce, they can filter drop down, like they can select, and then there are some advanced filters where you can draw the price range. Maybe you are looking for a product between the price of 5,000 and 50,000. That's input type range. Okay, gives you that control. Okay, and then there is lastly, remember I said it's not just the inputs that we have. How about the drop down? Okay, the drop down. So for the drop down, there is an element called select. Okay, so if you want to select an option, something like this, so the element is called what? Select. And then you represent each of the options using the option element. So that is all for now, but there are other elements as well. Okay, but for now I want you to go back and look at this extensively, practice on your own, so that in your next class when they are teaching it, it will not look new to you. Which one? Yes, I mentioned that if it does not have a close tag.
Sir, URL, is it what we can use for maybe the request for our LinkedIn address?
Bam. Yes, that's input type URL. So just try the various input types and see how they are like shown. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I will notice
Okay.
Came on my